Let's set up a capture. Bitrate is stable. Okay, we want Castlevania. Okay, get that out of the way of my face cam. Let's see. All right. I wanted to go to the title screen then. Okay, well, first let's get the announcements posted, then I'll do my proper intro for this. One moment, everyone. Alright, there we go. Alright, now let's do a proper intro for this. Hey guys, gamer of gamers in the zone, and welcome to the Castlevania Anniversary Collection. I was able to get this collection for free off the Epic Games free game of the week. And I've heard a few things about Castlevania from other content creators out there, and me and my buddy Doc checked this series out, the Netflix series out during movie night, and we had an absolute blast with it. Like, it was a really good show. It's a very adults-only show, as it's a lot of serious directions and some content that, yeah, I'd only recommend watching if you're an adult. Yeah. Nonetheless, it got me really curious to try out the games and see, like, what more there is to the world of Castlevania. Because I hear there's a lot to this, and I'm very excited to try it out, so let's hop right into it. Now, while I was somewhat interested in trying out the chronological order of the games, I have been told that the chronological order of the game's story is all over the place, especially since apparently some games go into, like, alternate timelines and stuff. So, with me also being kind of limited to what's on this collection, it might be better for us to just start out a bit more just with some of the games I have here, then consider if I want to go to a more chronological order to all of this. We'll see what my buddy Doc recommends. Nonetheless, I'm very excited to try the series out. So this collection seems to have a few games here. What do we got? Castlevania, obviously the original. Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. Very hard to see the 3 there, as it blends in with the background very much, but I can see it there in Roman numerals. Super Castlevania 4, which I think, according to Doc, this one is basically the Metroid Zero mission of Castlevania, where it's basically a fully fledged remake of the first game. Not sure what the Castlevania adventure is about. Where that? Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge. Castlevania Bloodlines and Castlevania The New Generation. And Kid Dracula. Apparently there's also a bonus book. Bonus book to unravel the history of Castlevania series, the history of Castlevania book of the Crescent Moon. This book will let you immerse yourself in the world of Castlevania series to make your game experience much more fulfilling. Please read it before and after playing the games. Okay. So there's a... Okay, so there's a lot to this. A box art gallery feature. I did not get to finish reading that. Let's see. Press for contents. I mainly just want to see... Look a bit more into the story. Oh, is this like the game manuals? So obviously we're going to be starting with the first Castlevania. The start of a legacy that took the world by storm. The one that started all, the Dark Lord Count Dracula, and the hero Simon Belmont clash in an epic showdown exquisitely portrayed with a horror aesthetic unusual for the time. It was a huge hit, the perfect 2D side-scrolling action game. Story. Set in the Middle Ages, the game tells you the tale of Dracula, a vampire who commands a multitude of monsters in the land of Transylvania after rising from a 100-year slumber. Simon of the illustrious House of Belmont, a clan of vampire hunters, takes up the whip handed down by his ancestors to battle Dracula and vanquish his evil threat. Let's see here. Options, menu, left. Oh, it'd probably be easier to figure this out if I look at the controller here. So, okay, there's actually a lot here. Left trigger. Okay, this is actually kind of confusing to figure out. It's like, should I be listening to the picture of the controller here, or should I be listening to, like, movement and jump controls? Okay, the B and X button are apparently the jump buttons, not A for some reason. I would think that A would allow me to do a bit more, but I guess not. Oh, A is and Y is to fire the whip. Okay, so maybe I could, like, use B to jump and Y to use the whip then. That'll probably make it simpler. Use items, D-pad up, plus a Y button. You must have the item and the necessary number of hearts to use it. See the description below. Okay, so there's a variety of items I can get. And a complicated control scheme to use it. Let's see. So I have to press up and the attack button specifically to use items. Okay. Item-based attacks give you an edge. Simon wields a whip as his main weapon, but he can also use items to attack and hinder enemies. You can acquire these support weapons as you battle your way through the game. Note that while it takes 1 heart to use most items, the watch requires 5 hearts. So there's the dagger. Use this weapon by throwing it straight ahead. It is fast but lacks penetrating power and does little damage. Okay, kind of like the daggers from... So basically a lot of the stuff in Rogue Legacy, basically. Axe. Use this weapon by throwing it in an upward direction. He has an arching trajectory when thrown, perfect for overhead attacks. I remember that one from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Although this one's new, the boomerang. Use this item by throwing it straight ahead. It will return once it has traveled a certain distance. And firebomb. This item is thrown directly in front of the player. It bursts into a pillar of flame when it strikes the floor or wall. And then the watch, the one that apparently requires 5 hearts instead of 1. This item stops enemies dead in their tracks, but has no effect on moving platforms in most bosses. So it's like that watch item you can pick up in The Legend of Zelda. Does that, like, permanently stop them, or how does that work exactly? Well, we'll find out when I play the game, I guess. So with that, I've poured myself a cup of root beer here. Let the games begin! Starting with Castlevania. So Transylvania... Wait, is that what it said? Okay. Transylvania, a small peaceful country in the heart of medieval Europe. The people of Transylvania whisper the legend of Dracula to their children at bedtime, only half believing it to be true. The forces of good keep a watchful eye over the land, protecting all who live here. But even during the constant vigil, the forces of evil manage to prevail once every century. Each time this happens, human beings with evil hearts begin to chant unspeakable prayers. This is Dracula, the Prince of Darkness, resurrected upon the face of the earth, and each time he is manifested, his powers grow stronger. Once long ago, Dracula was indeed revived in this manner. However, his ambitions to plunge the world into darkness and build a kingdom of evil were crushed by the hero Christopher Belmont. Following Dracula's demise at the hands of Christopher Belmont, the Transylvanian countryside slept peacefully for 100 years. One Easter night, the townspeople were celebrating the joyous holiday with a splendid carnival. But in the ruins of the old monastery on the edge of town, the followers of darkness were holding a black mass to revive the evil count and give him eternal life. They poured a sacrifice of human blood over his remains. As they did so, an ominous thundercloud enveloped the town. Suddenly, a single... I was not done reading that. Well, now I gotta wait for this to scroll again. Okay, one Easter night. We're celebrating the joyous holiday. The splendid carnival, but in ruins of the old monastery. The edge of town. The followers of darkness were holding a black mass to revive the evil count and give him eternal life. They poured a sacrifice of human blood over his remains. As they did so, an ominous thundercloud enveloped the town. Suddenly, a single bolt of lightning pierced the monastery. In an instant, Dracula, the Prince of Darkness, returned to this world to begin a new reign of terror. But all was not lost. The successor to the Belmont family bloodline, a young man by the name of Simon, was determined to rid the land of this terrible evil. Taking the mysterious whip left to him by his father, he ventured into Dracula's castle to face the Count alone. Alright, let's do it. Watch replay. What replay do I have for this game? I haven't saved any replays yet. Alright, let's do it. Wow. Look at that. Honestly... Hang on, I'm going to keep in mind that this was made by Konami. Because if this is a Konami game, I wonder if this game has the iconic Konami code. I'll have to check that out after my first run. Because I would not be surprised. Alright, let's actually start. So is that like the monastery where he was resurrected right there? Alright, so I can... Wait, what did I just pick up? Okay, that's just a pause. That does nothing. Okay, I don't have much time to mess around with controls, so I just gotta keep moving for now. Alright, there's my item. So if I press that, I can, yeah, throw a dagger at the cost of a heart. Yeah, I can destroy stuff. I can destroy the candles for items. I can get money. Okay. Honestly, pretty good so far. I'm certain with it being an NES game, there's probably going to be some parts that suffer from first game syndrome, like most NES games. Oh! Nice try. Dun, 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 dun. Not sure if those stairs lead anywhere interesting. All I know is that I'm on a timer, so I can't mess it out. Okay, that's on me for messing around. Okay, there's a door up there. I see more guys coming. There are even more guys coming now. Do they just keep coming? I should probably just keep moving. Alright, I'm going up these stairs. Can I go up the stairs? Or do I... Oh, I have to press the up button to go upstairs. So I just wasted a ton of time trying to get up the stairs. Ooh, what is that? Is that like a full screen wipe? Alright, keep moving now. I'm wasting a lot of time. Okay, I don't know what I just picked. Oh, it's the watch. Ow. Okay, I really can't go down from that way. Come on. I see stairs over there indicating we can go down this way. Alright, we've got 178 seconds to figure out where I'm supposed to go before I guess the game decides that you're taking too long. Oh, that was... Yep. We're already seeing a bit of that old game jank. I don't know why I'm not using the stopwatch. That was not a hit. What was that? Alright, keep moving. I have got 145 seconds. Alright. Yeah, that bat was gonna hit me. Is there any way I can heal? Or is it like the random chance that, you know, a wall happens to drop like a... I forgot that I need to... Alright, yeah, it's a... Oh my... I got hit when I had time stopped on them. Well, it was a fun start while it lasted, folks, but immediately we're getting hit with the old game jank. Alright, I can tell you're gonna come jumping down on me. Yep. Oh, is this the boss? And I am stuck. Okay, we're off to a great start. Oh, they give me only 100 seconds? After the first... Okay, am I back in the same room, though, is the question. Okay, I'm back in the room where I fought the boss. Yeah, if this is a Konami game, I'm definitely gonna want the, So I feel like worthwhile to have the, At least I can hit their projectiles, but I don't know if I have the time to... Oh, hey, what is that? Well, I failed to grab it in time. I am not good at timing these attacks. I'm good at timing the axe swings, but everything else I'm terrible at. I keep forgetting about that block. That block is, like, what's really ruining this attempt for me. Nope, that stupid stick. Honestly, I think the axe here is what's going to carry me through this first fight. Yeah, the axe basically carried me. Yeah, I'm gonna want the Konami code for this. I can already tell, like... Oh, at least it gives me a neat map of all the rooms. Can I go back the way I came, or can I not do it? No, I can't do that. Alright, do these guys, like, block my up... Okay, no, they don't. I gotta get used to going upstairs, is what I gotta get used to. Alright, what... figured I'd get hit by that. Why? Okay, that was close. Oh, hey, he's got... Focus on your jumping. So, ooh, hey, we got a crucifix. Oh! Rude. Oh, it's the boomerang. Alright, let's not go wasting too many of my hearts here. As long as I have the... I still don't know what that does. That, like, thing that, like, causes me to glow it. Can I not master that jump ever? Okay, it takes a couple hits, but I can take out the armor dude before he becomes a problem. Where'd we go? Okay. Alright, we got Medusa heads. Alright, you know what? I was just curious to see what was in the candles, but honestly, just to not deal with the Medusa heads, let's just get through this room quickly. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. Alright, if I lose all my hearts at the end of every level, I might as well use them while I got them. I gotta pay more attention to what surfaces I can walk on and can't walk on. Otherwise, that's gonna be happening to me often. Dude, Doc's gonna be coming in and, like, be absolutely disappointed in my performance. Ha! Oh, is that it? Alright, do I have unlimited continues, or... is this one of those old games where your continues are limited and you shouldn't be wasting them? Well, for now, let's just do this first run of the game, and then we'll eventually go back to see if the Konami code is necessary. I still don't know what those, like, nunchuck things do. Like, we got them, but it's like... no idea what the game wants me to do with it. Can I hit this guy from... yes, I can! Take that, old game jank. I can outsmart you at times. Okay, Medusa starts coming in. Or I guess technically Dusa. Okay, let's grab some more hearts. We still don't have an item we can use yet. Yeah, I figured I wouldn't land enough hits in time to take that guy out. Okay, this is another instance where it's probably better off I just keep moving instead of messing around with the Medusa heads. So otherwise I'm just going to keep taking hits when I don't want to. Still have no idea. Does that, like, increase my attack power or something? I still don't know what that does. Alright, but I gotta make sure I keep destroying the candles so I can keep getting hearts and items. Okay, we finally got an item in the form of the watch. Okay, I finally picked up a piece of food. It's just like Rogue Legacy, where it's like, it's super rare I actually get a healing item from destroying things. Okay, I think the money is just for bonus points. Because I don't think this game has any kind of a shop. At least as far as I can tell what the kind of game this is. Of course, a full screen wipe when I don't need it. I forget I can also duck to attack. I gotta remember the controls the game taught me. Oh, what is this? Okay, that's the fire bomb. Okay, what was I supposed to do there? Okay, do I get on top of that, or... am I specifically just supposed to figure out the pattern? This level starts out simple. Okay, we got the boomerang. Gotta get some hearts so I can use this more often. Oh, is it like increase the length of my whip temporarily or something? I can't fully tell, but that's sort of what it looks like. Alright. So I just like to keep moving in this room. Because clearly it is not a good idea to be hanging out in this room for too long. But yeah, pretty good game so far. Ow. Okay, I'll admit. Okay, thank you for invincibility frames there, because that was getting pretty rough back there. Can I... oh, of course he comes right towards me. And of course I specifically go this way when there isn't the food, so once again I'm guessing the chances of these dropping food is like super rare. No! Oh, okay, well... that's great. Alright, at least I got something here. Alright, I'll admit that was just me being stupid. I probably should have seen that one coming. Ha! Oh. Thought I was being clever there. Still not sure what that does exactly. Also, I have way too many hearts. I gotta use these. Alright, there we go. We have a plan that works down now. Alright, you know what? Forget about that. Let's just keep moving. Alright, so noted that most enemies will head directly in my direction. Ha! Nice try. I went to the next room before he could hit me. Medusa head. Alright, this was the room where I was having trouble earlier, because I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go above or underneath the crushers. This first one seems simple, but then we get to this one where I'm not sure if it's like I go on top or... okay, no, just simply touching those is instant death. I don't think I can hit those, so clearly I'm not meant to... okay, it's gonna take a few goes until I figure those out. At least I supposedly can just keep using continues. So far there's nothing saying that I have limited continues. Hopefully it's not like Toho, where it's like I have to get through the entire game without using continues to get the good ending. But... my laptop keeps going to sleep on me. I don't know why it's doing that when it shouldn't be doing that. Here we go. It'd be useful to use the boomerang in this room, I think. Alright, we're all set. This is always the room that gives me trouble. Wasn't expecting one more Dusa there. No matter. I kind of like the boomerang, but oh well. No, great. I ruined it. Well, that's gonna be a big time waster. I don't exactly know how strict the timer is in this game. But I certainly don't want to be wasting time, so let's keep moving. Of course they get a cheap shot on me before I'm done. Actually, I just had an idea. I have the watch in this room. Why not just use the watch to, just casually walk through this room? Could have just used the watch the whole time. Made that entire room a lot easier. Alright, what are we doing here? Okay, I just need to destroy that. Okay, noted. The game was giving me a timer for a reason. Alright, let's not mess around too much with the enemies here. Let's keep moving. Nice. Oh, is that the boss? Yep. Ha! You can't do anything when I hold you still in place. Alright, for as old as this game is, it's pretty fun so far. Gameplay is satisfying. I just hope it's not similar to a lot of NES games of the time where it's like you have to where the way to beat it is like super cryptic and like the only way you could know is if you use up a guide. Okay, those frog enemies are annoying. I feel like I can do something with those tunnels, but I can't tell. Unless I gotta keep moving. I'm already off to a rough start this level. Those frog enemies are proving to be more annoying than I expected. Okay, I actually can't make that jump. Oh, right. I'm so used to being able to jump on stairs. Can I jump? Hey, I got him. Alright, let's just focus on the, ha! Okay. Still not seeing a good way of fighting those guys. Because they always, like, pounce directly on top of me and nowhere else. So it feels like I'm basically guaranteed to get hit by those guys. So let's try and make it to the next checkpoint so I don't have to deal with them again. That's not what I wanted to cast, but okay, I'll grab the heart. Okay, they chose not to dive down. No! I forget that you go through stairs if you don't use them. That's definitely some old game jank right there. Alright, let's try... Okay, my plan backfired because they jumped earlier than I anticipated. I was thinking of, like, something like that. Because then they... Okay, once again, the plan backfired. Oh, jeez. Yeah, these levels are definitely getting harder. Like, it's gonna feel very janky by the end of this, I can tell already. I can't go up those stairs. What? I don't know why I didn't just use the firebomb there. Probably would have made that room a lot easier. But at least we made it to what I hope is a checkpoint. No. I'm losing track of the controls again. So it's so complicated just to use an item. I get that with the NES days, controls were very limited, but... Yikes. Okay, the Medusa heads just keep coming, so for now, let's just keep moving. Alright, go, 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 go. Just not deal with the Medusa heads. Good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that thing needed to die. Of course, there's only the tiny chance something will actually drop some food for me to kill. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, either this or the next room over is the boss, and I'm down to, like, my last few bits of health. What? Oh, I don't have enough hearts to use the watch again. Well, I'm in trouble. Yep, and there we go. Yep, it's gonna get hard, for sure. I keep forgetting the buttons that I enjoy pressing for this part. So I'm certain as I progress with these games, they're gonna progressively become more and more enjoyable as I go. So, I mean, this one just kind of has that old game jank. So who knows, maybe if I were to have started with the Super Castlevania game that Doc recommended me. Just jump down to... Dude, it's like I'm guaranteed to get hit by these guys. Honestly, it might be easier if I just gun it past that guy and then of course the skeleton hits me. So I'm still taking just as much damage as I was before. But I'm losing track of the controls. No. Okay, the first two guys I can easily just place a fire bomb in front of, and it's like, that'll deal with them just fine. It's mainly that third one where it's like, I want to sort of keep moving here and then go for the underhanded attack. There we go. So then I can reasonably take on the skeleton. And look at that, we got through the first room unscathed. It's the typical Soulsborne formula. I just had to get good. Yeah. I just have to get good. Let's see what pathway. Seems only the upper path will work. Can I? I wanted to cast the fire bomb before going. I'm just gonna purposefully lose here because we're already basically out of extra lives at this point. And I don't think it seems to be a big deal as long as I have the unlimited continues. But even though there's a lot of jank to this, I mean, in traditional Soulsborne fashion, I feel this to be possible. Should have gone for... Still have no idea what the... I forgot to... Okay, that was close. Alright, one step ahead of them that time. Of course, I specifically get knocked back into the... You know, let's just get another game over. This run's not going well. So how's everyone's day going? I guess to talk about my day at work, well, it was mostly the usual, just doing the noon show. Or no, I wasn't part of the noon show today. Doing the morning news, and then our usual show. That. Let's try this again now that I've reset every... It's like the game's now onto my plan. It is doing everything to ensure it doesn't work anymore. Clearly, this will be much better if I take the time to destroy that guy, take out the crow, just take my time with these guys. Okay, what was that, like, Roman numeral I just saw? Like, you guys saw that, right? Okay, I'm not gonna make a stupid move that time. Take out the skeleton with the... and actually take the stairs instead of jumping through them. Like I always keep making the mistake of doing. Alright, this room. This room, I'm just gonna have to gun it. Because otherwise, those Medusa heads are gonna stay annoying. So I'm just gonna ignore those guys and just move on to the next room. Clearly, it'll get me through this faster. Alright, the singular turret heads I think I can handle. I just have to have a bit of a plan for the fireballs. Only issue for this part is that crow. Nonetheless, I got through the room. I still have the watch on hand. I best use it before I die here, so let's figure out a plan. That drops a heart. Okay, maybe not the best place to stop time. Ooh, cool view of the castle back there. Okay, almost there, almost there! Oh, this is a bad time to be out of hearts. Please tell me there's one more heart here. Okay. Okay, that does not work on this boss. They are cornering me! Yeah, I was not getting far there. At least I have 2 extra lives intact, so while I don't have much to work with here... Oh, I have to do this room every time I want to go fight the boss. When I don't have my timer on me... Oh, this is going to be tough without the timer. I'm already down to my last hit. Okay, this is going to be a challenge. Oh, boy. I can't go back to the previous room either. Okay, they always fire 2 at a time there. So I can't just get careless with one and... I hit that. What was that? That was weird. Alright, at least I'm figuring out somewhat of a plan to get past these guys, so... Alright, almost at the boss again. Just gotta deal with these, but... Hey! How's Castle 1 going? Hang on, I'll read chat in a moment. Okay, at least I got the daggers. Alright, just mindlessly attack at one of them, I guess, and then... I can at least destroy the wrappings. Oh, jeez, Okay, it's very easy for these guys to corner me. Actually, hang on, it might be a good idea to just stay close to them, because then I can... Because they only fire, like, a bit underhandedly. But yeah, Eric, P2233, and Alice, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm trying out Castlevania. And, it's sort of as I predicted, it's got a bit of that old game jank to it. But I mean, so far it's fairly enjoyable. It's got a charm to it. I say I'm enjoying the game as the game throws a lot of jank at me. Once again, I'm going into the boss with basically no health left and a dream. Okay, I walked right into that. I'll admit that was on me. You're gonna lurk? Alright. Go eat. Thanks for coming in, Alice. Eric, just call you Eric. No need to say that. Gotcha. Still have to beat Castle 2 of the classics. And the other 3 runs of Castle 3, you didn't want to beat it more than once when you did. What do you mean exactly by runs of the castle? So if you have some experience with the game, I'd like to know. What exactly... Oh, of course it wore off right as I... Okay, you know what? Once this run is a lost cause, I'm gonna... I was so used to focusing on that room with the boss, I've completely forgotten my strategy for this room. The achievements of Castlevania 3, you need to play 4 times with each of the 4 characters. Oh, wow. 4 Castlevania 4. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a lot. Alright, maybe I could still get through this room alright as long as I, you know... Just stick to the plan and not do anything stupid. Because this room here isn't too bad. Yeah, this room, I just gotta throw the firebomb. Oh, what? Does this drop anything useful? Oh, that drops the, actually, I don't know how useful the axe will be against this boss. I know the stopwatch is kind of useful. Actually, the firebomb might be useful against this boss. So, supposedly, if I can reach this boss without dying, these next few rooms, maybe the firebomb will be good. Although we still have a lot of rooms to go until we reach this next boss. But yeah, would you say it's worth it? Like, is there a unique ending to each character? Oh, well, I just made the mistake of picking up the stopwatch. Alright, oh man, I walked right into that. Oh, what did I just pick up? I don't know what I just picked up, but that was awesome. Alright, well, I have basically got no health left for the boss. At least we made it back to this room. I did not cast that. What was that? You don't even remember. You know the end credits is something different depending on what characters you unlock to the end of the game. Gotcha. So you have no idea if there's like a special reward for beating the 4th game with like all 4 characters or something. Okay, that's on me. Once again, I'm forgetting the controls. So I'll admit that's on me. What is going on here? I had a plan and then I lost it. And now I'm already down to half health. Oh my goodness. Once again, we're going into the boss with basically no health. Okay, this is going to be a tough one, only because every time we enter the boss room, we basically got no health and not a good item for this. I also got to figure out how they throw their wrappings there to be ready for it. Yeah, I might be in this room for a while. Why did I jump over that? Would have been a lot easier there if I just... I still don't know what picking up the nunchucks does. Does that, like, increase my attack power or something? I keep forgetting the buttons to increase my... I didn't even get a chance... Well, I got one chance to land a hit there. Alright, well, I guess we're getting to that janky point where the game's starting to get on my nerves. I still don't know what this... Is this, like, temporary invincibility? And if so, let's see how far I can get without... Okay, that was not as far as I thought it would. That is not very useful invincibility if it only lasts that long. Alright, let's go back to memorizing my plan for this room. So if I remember correctly, I picked that up. I put that there so that guy would get taken out by the firebomb. And there was this room. I put down another firebomb. This guy is going to outsmart my firebomb, so I just got to hit him where he lands. Okay, do that, and then hit that, and then over here I can... I don't know how useful the axe is going to be in the fight against the mummies, though. Because that's more of a far-range weapon, and it's like these guys... They're sort of short-range that I feel like using the firebomb will be a much better move against them. Okay, this room just has a bunch of Medusa heads. I'll be fine here if I just keep moving. Mainly just the skeleton there I gotta worry about. And, of course, Medusa hits me. Ow. Okay. I don't want the stopwatch this time. Stopwatch has not been proving to be all that useful. And, okay, what's... Hey, that actually kind of helped. Ow. Holy water is the best item you always got, but the axe could be useful as well in some flying enemies. Yeah, it did kind of help me against, like, the first boss. But for this boss, which is very close range based, I'm definitely going to want the holy water. Only problem is that I keep dying before I make it to that room. Especially when the timing of these fireballs keep going against my plan. See, it's like, even though I'm attacking, for some reason there are instances where it just doesn't want to hit the fireballs. I don't get it. Duh! I was trying to be smart there, and then of course... Okay, there's just no winning against those guys, is there? Like, if I just try and attack them down, shoot them down fast, it's just gonna keep causing me to take hits. Why did I jump? I pressed the wrong button by accident. Once again, I'm going to this boss with only, like, half health. And not much to work with. Alright, at least still in close range. I don't really have to deal with the wrappings very much. As long as I mind my distance. Simon, why did you keep facing the wrong way there? Okay, that was a pretty good run, though. If I can show up with full health, not like that. Nice tried. Still don't know what I'm picking up that, like, causes the glow. Like, all I can tell is that those are nunchucks. Now I don't see how nunchucks are, I guess, somehow making me stronger. Food! Oh my, they're letting themselves get cornered. Okay. I basically only beat this boss because they let me corner them. That is hilarious. That has got to be the funniest way I've beaten a boss in this game so far. They basically just cornered themselves, and I was just able to gank them in the corner. Alright, what do we got up next? We went through that room, and now we're going... I'm not sure where we're going. Why did I diagonal jump there? Alright, you know, let's just get a game over. Just because we're already out of lives at this point. We might as well. Still picking up nunchucks for supposedly no reason. I'm certain there is a good reason. I'm certain I'm gonna get launched into the water by bats. Oh boy, more of the... I am not off to a good start this level. Alright, let's just get another game over and... Hey, we made it all the way up to stage 10 though, I just noticed that. Alright, let's wait on the platform. I just gotta deal with bats while waiting on the platform. Like so. Knockback is a horrible thing in this game. Yep, it's basically Shovel Knight all over again. Because, yeah, I've dealt with enough annoying knockback in Shovel Knight to know what that's like. And it's kind of one of the that and a lot of the instant death stuff, that's one of the primary reasons why I don't... Oh, those aren't platforms, those are just bones. There's so many surfaces where it looks like I can stand on them, and then it turns out, no, you can't stand there. Alright, at least those bats don't go trying to dash down on you. Oh, I missed the firebomb. Okay, at least I know that's there for next time. Oh, I had to duck and strike. Alright, we're already out of life, so let's just use another continue. Okay, I gotta remember which... Oh, hey! We gotta watch. Okay, it was this one that had it, right? No, it was, one of these had it. I know for a fact that... Wow. Alright, let's just keep moving until I find the one that had it. Well, one of these had the firebomb. There! Alright, now I just gotta wait on the, platform to come back. Alright, so I duck. I do need to get some hearts if I want to use the firebomb. There we go! Nice try. I couldn't pick it up. Ah! That was close. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna wait until those guys pass. Okay, then I can get up here. Alright, just keep moving. Okay, that is not a surface I can stand on, so best I just keep moving. Ooh. Neat view. Are we already at the next boss? Well, clearly no, but we're at someplace more annoying. Why am I not using my firebombs? Firebombs would actually be very useful here. Because I just deal with them right away and then stupidly get hit like that. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is a room I want to take. Okay, can I only have one firebomb on screen at a time? Oh, jeez. Okay, let's actually pay attention to where these guys are dropping the enemies, so we don't keep having trouble with... Clearly, my plan is backfiring big time. And I am in a lot of trouble that I should just gun it through this room. Although I can't gun it through this room, because this room is incredibly long. And just has absolute gank. Honestly, this watch might be the more useful item to have in that room. Even though it's more expensive, at least with the watch, I'll be able to stop all the enemies in their tracks. Alright, this run's already off to a bad start. Let's just use up another continue. I'm basically gonna need that watch if I want any chance of surviving the future onslaughts. So best I grab as many of... Oh, I didn't even notice I didn't get game over yet. Of course the bat makes me miss the big hearts that I'll be needing for... Music is gonna get stuck in my head. Alright, I'd just like to get some hearts. See if I can get some off these candles. Ooh, nice mid-air hit. Huh. What? Okay, I have to jump there. Otherwise, I'm dead. But yeah, this is why I don't play Shovel Knight anymore, because it does suffer from a lot of this kind of jank that just prevents me from enjoying it when it's like constantly getting knocked back into instant death stuff. Oh, hey! Okay, for once the knockback actually worked in my favor there. So I got lucky. Though the odds of... Alright, well that better be useful against the... Yeah, I figured you'd show up there. I forgot I need to stay ducking for that. So how's your day today going, Eric, if you're still here? Still don't know what the nunchucks do. And of course I missed the watch. And of course I missed the jump. No, you're not getting a free hit off of me right at the start of the level. Oh, probably the full screen wipe thing. Alright, and then we get more guys jumping up here. Yeah. I remember that. Then I gotta wait on this platform. Yeah, I figured it. Oh, that's cheap. That is just plain cheap. What? You missed. Really? They dropped nothing? I keep forgetting I need to duck there. I think that this is only the first room in this entire section of the game. Like, I don't know how many rooms we're gonna have to get through before we can go fight the boss. And knowing the absolute gauntlet we gotta go through here every time I get a game over. This is gonna be rough. For sure. No! My source of power! No! Dinosaur! Overboard! Okay, that's fine. For what's coming up, I'd prefer the stopwatch instead of the axe anyway. Huh? Aw, that looked like I should have fit under. Okay, that was not really useful for anything. Okay, honestly, that did save my life until I decided to do something really stupid. Dude, this music's gonna get stuck in my head, and not in a fun way. Just waiting on that 1 in a million perfect run. Don't mind me. Okay, no, I'm just gonna keep going. At this point, I'm tired of constant... I could never understand that with older games on, like, why it is that you can't swim in the water. Okay, that works too. That's just bonus points. I'm not gonna bother with that. Okay, what was I supposed to do there? Okay, they're gonna show up here. Okay. Where's the... There's the other guy. Right as the crow hits me. Or bat. Not a crow. It's a bat, not a crow. I don't know why I'm mixing up the characters, but here we are. I jumped. What was that? How did I make it that... How did I make it that one other time? Like, did I just strike lightning once? And I can never get struck by lightning again? Well, it's a good thing to know invulnerability doesn't work against water. You know what? I don't care about my life count anymore. I'm gonna consider it an achievement on its own, just to make even the slightest bit of forward progress at this point. Which is clearly not gonna happen. Of course, once again, the bat made me miss the item. I just wanted the timer, because it's clearly going to be essential for the next room coming. I guess for this part, only because I have nothing else useful to pick up, I'll go with the firebomb. That way I at least have something to work with. Okay, I gotta remember that I absolutely need to duck in this room. Ah, okay. Alright, focus. Focus now. For once we finally made forward progress. Okay, go, go, go. Alright, this is where I need to pay attention. Honestly. Okay, there's some creative ways I can actually use this. It's just a bit tricky. But I think if used properly, it could actually be pretty useful. Only problem is that there's still a lot of instances where I'm still getting hit. Okay, invulnerability, let's go. No one can see me. So let's just keep moving on to... I'm not even going to bother with that enemy, because I am sick of those previous rooms. I would just like to keep moving after all the... I don't even know what that thing I just picked up does. All I care about at the moment is that I made forward... What? I thought I at least still had a bit of health remaining to tank that. What was that? Okay, what is this enemy? What is this? Okay, I immediately don't like this enemy. The way it moves all over the place prevents me from being able to land some good hits on it, so I might just see it necessary to run past that guy, because that guy is proving to be annoying, and only its head and its projectiles hurt me. I could just go right through it and not have to care one bit about whatever it's throwing at me. So I'm getting out of here. Oh, hi. I don't know what's going on in this room. But clearly that thing needs to die. What? And of course I'm out of lives. Mean that I gotta go through this gauntlet again. No, I don't think it's... I feel like the stopwatch would have done a much better job saving my life. Yeah, I'm gonna need all my lives intact for that. And I still don't know what these nunchucks are for. And I just wasted the timer. Alright, at least I'm getting a lot of hearts. Alright, just come on over here. Ignore the... Oh, I would have been so mad if that caused me to pick up the holy water. I keep forgetting I need to duck there. Thank goodness I remembered that time. Alright, just go, 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 go. I don't care about any of the other items. I have the timer. Let's just navigate this room quickly. And then I'm just going to use up the timer just to buy myself a bit of extra time. Yeah, see? That room is much easier if I just use the timer. And there goes the timer. I did not mean to use it up. There it goes. Now I just got this measly little dagger. Oh well. How did that count as a hit? Okay. The main difficulty of that room is going to come down to the smaller enemy that's just leaping all over the place. I don't know if there's an easier way of going about dealing with that guy, but if there is... How is that still a hit? Okay, okay, I'll admit I let myself get cornered there. Okay, keep moving. I'm wasting health. Trying to pick up everything. Still don't know what's hitting me there. I don't know if I ever will. Of course, I get instantly one shot. Again, my main annoyance is that... Dude, what can be done about that? Okay, honestly, that flying enemy is basically my prime focus, because everything else... Like, the Frankenstein is not that dangerous as long as I don't let myself get cornered. I don't know if the timer will be useful against Frankenstein and the annoying dude. But I'm gonna try getting all the way over there with the watch. It's not gonna be this run, though, because clearly this run is a lost cause. But yeah, I'd like to see if we can get all the way over there with the watch. To see if this boss is weak to the watch. So, I mean, we did have Medusa weak to the watch. I wouldn't be surprised if the... We're back to this grind again. Where I need to wait for the tiny... My laundry's finished. Hang on. It's off. Alright, I'll be right back, everyone. I gotta check on my laundry. Oh, yeah. Hey there, Jedi. Okay, I'm starting to come up with somewhat of a plan of dealing with these head dudes, getting past them unscathed. I still have Frankenstein to worry about, though, as that thing just goes constantly shooting me. It's mainly that bat that is just the overall nuisance in all of this. There's just no avoiding his projectiles. Now I gotta deal with this insanity again. Every single time I lose, I gotta put up with this with the annoying music. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I don't know what I just hit, but nice. Alright, and then it's the usual... Yep, these guys show up. Okay, that's fine. I'm willing to tank a hit. This works. I'm fine with this. Alright, there we go. We got enough for 20... for 4 time stops in this room. Also, my mouse is in the way and it is bothering me. Okay, honestly, for the guys dropped in front of me, I just have to have good timing. It's mainly when they start dropping them behind me like so that they start to become a bit of an issue. Oh, I didn't mean to stop time there. Whoops. Oh, well. Alright, yeah, that room, if I just keep moving, I'll be fine. And then I can grab the dagger. Oh, almost had it there. Okay, well, I'm basically dead this attempt, as I see no way I'm getting past. This would be useful if it weren't for the fact that this... If it weren't for the fact that this boss is immune to time stop. Okay, that works. Okay, I can't just immediately do that. Okay. Of course my guy doesn't jump. Honestly, that attempt wasn't bad, though. We actually took down quite a bit of it. What am I doing? I had a plan earlier, now I'm going against that plan. The plan that initially worked previously. I keep going against my own plan. Honestly, I feel like the only way this plan's gonna work is if I can get some healing. But the only way I feel like that's gonna work is if something drops a healing item. And I don't know what here could possibly drop a healing item. I don't know how much health these things have. I probably have to hit that on the head to kill it, with how much it's not dying. This is probably just wasting time. Ah! Okay, I had a good plan there, but ultimately, with the lack of health, I ended up dying too quickly there. What was my plan that worked before? It's like I try to use their going down to my advantage, but then it's like I can never pull off the plan in time, and next thing I know, I'm already going into the boss with half health. Okay, at least I'm understanding this guy's patterns a bit more to know where they're going to show up so I can be ready for them. Ultimately, this plan would work out nicer if it weren't for the fact that this boss can two-shot me if I'm going in with half health like that. Meaning that I'm going to have to figure out that perfect sweet spot if I want to slip through and beat this boss. Dun 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 dun. Ugh. I can work with this. Why did I do that? Alright, I think once my second load of laundry is finished, I might consider cutting this stream short, because clearly this is the kind of game that's not meant to be played in quick succession. Although, now that I think about it, I don't know if this game has any save points. And if it doesn't, then that means I'm stuck playing this game until I win. And I don't know if that's something that'll be possible tonight. Dun 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 dun. Okay, once again, there goes the timer. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that's the big question now is, how am I going to be able to save my progress? That's something I didn't really think about going into this, because most... I'll admit, that was on me. Most NES games, you normally can't save your progress. So it's like, if I quit the game, there's going to be no way for me to be able to come back to this, so I'm going to have to restart all the way from the beginning of the game next session. Yes, okay. We got some hearts. Okay, duck. Let's wait on that other one to show up, and then... There we go, go down there. Duck, that was close. I almost messed that up. Okay, we got some good hearts, good time. Now to just use them. Although really, I'm not going to need to use them if I'm just simply good at timing. Well, no, I'll still have some hearts intact after this. Although I'll admit I'm a bit excessively using the timer this time around. Alright, we now get to the hard part. Well, the hard part was early on, but it's like this part is also annoying. Okay, I'm still messing up this part. I gotta remember what I did for this. I know I did something there that worked. I just can't figure out what. Honestly, a good first few hits. Okay, don't get cornered. Although I'm kind of cornered right now. Okay, there was nothing I could do. Okay, so if I could figure out somewhat of a plan there and actually make it over there without, you know, losing all my health immediately, I feel like I could have that if I get that pattern down and I, you know, mind my distance from Frankenstein. Issue is how I get past this guy. I know I got past him unscathed once. Okay, what's going on that... Now everything's falling apart. That was a good attempt, too. Is there no way past this thing unscathed? Or am I just guaranteed to get hit there? Oh my goodness, Frankenstein is heading right... Frankenstein walked right towards me, like... They gave me no breathing room. I almost got past him! Like, I feel like this is possible if I just had some health or something. But the game is supplying me with nothing to work with. Nothing but hearts. And it's like the dagger does not seem all that useful against this boss. You know, I'd be fine with trying to deal with this jank if it wasn't for the fact that I have to keep doing this first section every single time I lose. Which is really annoying for me to get the pattern down that I want. To get that perfect run to actually, you know, get past the next annoying room. Hang on, I'll check out chat in a moment. I'm in the middle of a run here. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm blaming chat for that. I got distracted by chat. Don't take it personally, chat. I'm just in a... This level's getting on my nerves. Yeah, nice try. But I ain't dealing with that right now. Alright, Kobold 215... 21573, welcome to the stream. Okay, I guess I stopped time. Alright, let's just keep moving. Alright, there we go. Alright, how are you doing today, Kobold? Apologies for the aggression. But again, it's just... This level in particular has been getting on my nerves, and I don't know if it's going to get any better with the rest of this game. I don't even know how long this game is. All I know is that this game has been very much getting on my nerves. Of course it lands exactly where I am. Yes, playing... Well, I guess praying would be accurate here, considering the kind of game this is. But yes, I'm playing some good old Castlevania. So me and my buddy Doc, we checked out the Castlevania Netflix series and had a blast with it. So I decided, hey, let's check out... after having a blast with that show, I decided I wanted to check out the, you know, the game that inspired the whole thing. To begin... Of course I get hit by a fireball. Might as well not bother with health, you know? Clearly it doesn't matter if I show up with only half health or full health to these guys, because clearly either way, I'm gonna get stupidly killed. I still don't know a way to get past that thing without dying. Those stupid projectiles. What? I'm hitting them. I don't... And of course I get hit by the other projectile. Dude, this... Okay, so this has got to be my least favorite boss in the game so far. Both in terms of just it feeling the most janky out of all of them, as well as just having the... I mean, I'm certain I can, but considering the way they fire annoying projectiles that deal a lot of damage at me, I feel like it'll be easier for me to just run past them rather than bother to kill them. That's just how I see it. Ah... Of course it can fire from behind. That is so stupid. And again, I'd be fine with it if I didn't have to deal with this annoying room every single time I get game over. Like, here, I'll show you. Next attempt, I'll try to kill the dragons and show you how annoying they are to kill. That it's basically... I'm basically losing more health than I am gaining any worth by trying to kill them. See, this is the main annoyance and why this boss keeps getting on my nerves, is the fact that I keep having to deal with this annoying room every single time I get game over. Like, this is worse than, you know, the runbacks that were in Dark Souls 2. And I'm a guy that actually likes Dark Souls 2. So it's, I guess a better way to say it would be this is worse than the runbacks in Demon's Souls. Because at least even if they were somewhat annoying, they at least felt fair. Where here, it just feels like I'm dealing with... And, of course, I missed the timer because of the stupid bat. That bat! Every time! I don't know why I always resort to jumping over it when I can just duck and hit them. Seems like a game... Yeah, I mean, lots of NES classics. Compared to what we're used to nowadays, yeah, the NES classics, it's like, there's some good ones, but it's like... They do suffer from a lot of old game jank, that it's like, you really have to tough it out to possibly get any sort of enjoyment out of them. Like, I could understand your good old Super Mario Bros. Or something, so maybe there's some other examples of some good games for the NES, but within this moment, it's like, maybe this game was good for its time, but trying to play an old game like this nowadays, it's just, I can't get much enjoyment out of it, because I keep dying in what feels like really stupid ways. Okay, we only have enough hearts for 2 uses of the timer, so I gotta be a bit more moderate about killing these guys and not being heavily reliant off the timer all the time. Heh. But alright, I'll try fighting... seeing how I see no way of getting through this, I'll try fighting the dragon that's coming up here, and I'll do it with the timer, too. I'll get in a good position here, just slash away. Okay, it is possible to kill them, I guess. But only if I have the timer. So I guess it is technically possible to kill them. So I guess there's some benefits to going into this with the timer. Ultimately, though, I don't always get that luxury every single run, since I can only get the timer at the start. Alright, honestly, I think I deal more damage to Frankenstein here. So despite having to deal with all the annoying projectiles, I think, yeah, I should just focus my attacks, because I think that's mainly just to stun him. I think I'll have a much easier time with this if I just focus all of my attacks on Frankenstein. That actually scored me the win. Finally! We got past Frankenstein. I just had to understand the rate of projectiles, where that annoying dude was hopping around, and realize that the majority of damage goes to Frankenstein. We're not done yet, though. We still got a lot of this castle left to go. I'm not sure how much of the castle left exactly, but... oh, boy. We're already off to a rough start. Where are we? We're in some kind of a dungeon. Oh, I recognize the music here. Dun, 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 dun. I did not mean to use up the timer there. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, this is some classic music right here. I do feel like I could use something a bit more useful against the skeletons other than the timer. Especially when it looks like these skeletons don't stay down. It really is Dark Souls all over again. Okay, so far that room wasn't so bad. Compared to the previous level, this honestly isn't that bad. Though watch there be an incredibly annoying room coming up. Or something, I don't know. Something really annoying is about to come up and it's gonna immensely get on my nerves. I can already tell. Okay, let's just use invincibility to get past these guys. Yeah. Okay, no, that plan backfired, because that does not give me enough time to... Alright, what am I going to do about this? Because... Honestly... Can I should just go up the stairs, honestly. That's a much better plan than whatever stupid thing I'm trying to do. Clearly trying to beat those guys is not going to get me anywhere. Okay. Get past the skeletons before they get back up. What am I looking at here? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Alright, I'm just gonna take this upper route here. Thank you very much. Is there an easy way past those guys? Because as far as I can tell, I'm, like, stuck here. Alright, at least I can deal with the... what they throw at me, but it's like... Ha! I'm getting cornered! Okay, somehow that worked. I thought I was dead for sure there. Yeah, figured you'd throw something at me. Okay, so even though they have shields, it's still possible to hit. I don't know if they're actually blocking me there. Honestly, this is a good level so far. Also, I didn't quite read chat here. What? Let me read chat there. Oh, well played. Alright. Yeah, thank you. Oh, these guys. Of course, that's what kills me. Thank you for the dagger. Da, 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 da. I see you there. Yeah. I saw you there. I knew you were going to form the moment I... Oh, hey, the boomerang. Oh, do I go back up and get the boomerang, or... Ah, of course, I was just barely too high there. Maybe I should get the boomerang next run. Ooh, we're approaching something big. I can tell. I forgot the boomerang can reflect. Where do we have to start back? All the way back here. Okay. Alright, I want the boomerang. Alright, I'll admit that was on me. Can I get that skeleton out of the way? That skeleton really got in my way. I'm going into this room with basically nothing to work with. Alright, I'm going into this with my own boomerang. Okay, he's reflecting my boomerang. I can't do it. Fucking Medusa heads. There's no avoiding taking a hit against that thing. Is there? Okay, let's focus the boomerang towards the enemies that might be a bit more of a nuisance, specifically those Medusa heads. Okay, this guy's proving to be... My goodness, that... I could have gotten the stopwatch there. Honestly, this level's nowhere near as bad as the first one. The only thing that... Oh, hey, I can get... Well, I'm basically dead now. So it doesn't really matter. At least good music, though. Kinda reminds me of some classic Toho music. How long is this level exactly? 'Cause I forgot about the skeletons. Yeah, enough of that. At least unlike the previous level, I'm actually liking the music here. 'Cause, man, the music in the previous level, that was just annoying to listen to. Some of the higher up ones don't even hit the ground here. I can just go right up to him and attack. Okay, I was ready for you that time. I was not ready for that annoyingness, though. I might as well get another game over at this point. Where did they go? Oh my goodness. Good. Alright. Nice try. I ain't putting up with that again. Why can't I cast the... Dude, attack! What are you doing? I'm blaming that one on more old game jank, because I have no idea why Simon decided right then and there that, no, I don't want to attack. Hey, invulnerability. Of course, invulnerability that's useless, since it doesn't even last that long. Alright, I guess I found an instance there where... Ha! Alright, there's gonna be another one up ahead, right? Yeah. Just deal with that one right then and there. Much better than whatever I was doing in the last room. Alright, and then this is where I start dealing with the dudes with the shields, right? Yeah. Haha, didn't even have to deal with you, buddy. Boom. Yeah, I figured I wouldn't get too much further in that room. Could you not? Oh my goodness. You know, I'm just... might as well lose there. I'm just going up to the next floor here, and it ain't worth it. I ain't putting up with any of this. Just gonna move on to the next room. Yeah, I'm certain in some ways Toho is harder, but at least Toho is a lot more fair than this. This game is a janky kind of hard, where it's like not as fun. The skeletons are like dry bones, aren't they? I mean, they're more of human skeletons, so, and dry bones are more of a skeleton of Koopas, so technically they're not dry bones Jedi. How is the game not fair? Okay, maybe that's not the best way to word it, then. I'd say the better way to word it, then, would be that it's... even if it's technically more fair, it's definitely more annoying. Alright, just keep moving. I'm almost at the next room up. Then I'll at least have another checkpoint. Even though that checkpoint isn't gonna last long, so I don't got that many lives to work with here. But yeah, it's just got that old game jank that makes it more annoying that even... oh, that's right, this room. Every level has the same enemies in the same position. If you look at the variety of enemies, there is technically a difference. I haven't seen the boomerang useful for anything. I'm not going to bother with it. But yeah, unless I get some health off of some of these or something, it's like... the Medusa heads are basically going to kill me here. I either die... if I focus on the guy that fires the axes... I either die... if I focus on the guy with the axes, I'll die to the Medusa heads. if I focus on the Medusa heads there, I die to the guy with the axe. There's no winning in that room. Wait, there's enemy variety, but what you mean is that the threats are the same in their stage every time you do the stage. I guess when you put it like that, it's just mainly understanding the stupidly specific jank that I have to put up with and making sure... How was that a hit? Wait, what just... What did I just hit? Go back. I don't know what I just hit there. But please let me focus on the game. Dude, why is it whenever I go on the stairs, it's like my dude decides not to attack? And just lets himself get hit. Can I make save states to practice? I have no idea. I only just started playing this game today. But I can guarantee you that if this game had save states, I would be absolutely abusing them. Just to get through this game. I hit them before they touched me. What was that? I'm losing my ability to focus. Honestly, I'm back in the first room. I might as well just let them kill me and just get another game over at this point. Dude, stop avoiding me. I just want to get game over again. The game is making it annoying now to get game over. I don't know why I'm taking this seriously when I just want to use up all my lives so I can be done with this. Annoying this. It's like I'm trying to lose, and the game is making it difficult for me to lose now. What? Alright, here we go again. Dude, those first two enemies are so annoying. Like, I can never tell if they're gonna do a direct dash at me or when they're gonna jump and make it to where I can't... I thought that... Oh, that is cheap! That is cheap. Alright. I just need a moment to breathe. Just... Okay, honestly, I wonder if... Nope, that plan was stupid. Ha! Take that firebomb. You ain't doing jank to get me this time. Can I at least get to the next room over? Ugh, finally. About time we get back to this room. I hit that. What was that? I hate that enemy. Okay, we have the axe. Honestly, for a level like this with all that's being thrown at me, and all the jank there is, the axe could actually be pretty useful in this level. You describe the game as quite technical and hostile and unforgiving. Your weapon doesn't cover much and hitboxes are big, enemies are big threats, and when they come together it creates a very hard situation, and getting hit can really cause a snowball to death. Ah! Goodness. So if that's your claim, then how do you propose it's possible to master this clearly the world placed out before me, before thou'st? And seeketh the ultimate reward, that shall granteth thine greatness of showing that this game is 100% not janky at all, and is up there with the best video game of all time, and that it's possible to perform thine perfect run, where one could theoretically get through this game scatheless. Scatheless. Tell thou'st how, in your clear, foolproof strategy that shows that thine point is absolute and shall not be questioneth. Show thou'st how! 'Cause clearly thine patheticness makes me look like a thou'st worm in your greatness. You, thou'st, who are clearly the master, of this franchiseth, showeth me your ways, so that I may be able to no-hit runneth this gauntleteth to prove thine perfectionist, and to showeth me the error of thine ways, so that I may at least gaineth a piece of thou'st greatness, and never againeth have to deal with what thou'st sees as janketh. There is a no-hit run of Castlevania. Well, today, presented this no-hit run, and I shall observe it to the greatest degree, to ensure thine runneth hath no more difficulty, so that I'eth may have a pleasing strolleth through thou'st castle. Cause thou'th are a master, and declareth much better at gameth than I am. My only question, is how I'm supposed to land hitteth on these bruteth, with no way of having to deal with janketh. Thou still is uncertain of what the number 2 entails. Thou hast got an idea, perhaps if I shall wait until after thine throweth the axe, then go up close for attacketh. So doth I know thou'st have safeth opening. That was not where when thine wanted to fireth that bombeth. Oh, thou'st alarm has gone off. Thy laundry is now finished. Let thou'st finish thine run first, then thine shall go forth to the laundry arena, where thou shalt battleth for thine clothing from the dryer. After that, I shall gladly considereth your foolproof planeth to ensure thine victory. Though, despite thou'st frustrations, thou wondereth if would gain more satisfactioneth pulling it this off of thine own wit alone. Though at the same time thou'st questions if such a feat shall be worth it. What was that just now? Why did thou, Simon, go further up the stairs when I wanted to stay down? Now Medusa have pulleth my strings long enough. How much longer shall his head continue to always sit land hitteth on him? What if in the world if it was that? You dare mocketh my uncertainty as I try to vary it well. If you Alright, I gotta drop the act for now. I do need to go get my laundry out of the dryer. Quick refill this and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's check out this foolproof plan of yours. And then I'm going to try it to a T on my run of the game. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something I like to do to freezing time in my Toho streams, where if this plan of yours proves to not work for me, I'm going to call you a liar. Don't take it personally, it's just a funny little joke I like to have going around, is whenever any strategy in any way doesn't work, that I just consider you a liar. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so they go... Yep, that annoying section. Let's see their plan for this. Okay, so... They go in... They immediately go for... Okay, so they immediately go right in for the kill. So like so, and then the other guy up ahead here, they also just charge right in. Alright. Now let's see what they do for what's up next here, where, you know, we see that. Okay, they make a jump. Wait, I should... Okay, I'll admit I made the mistake of going up the stairs there. So that caused me to take a hit. And I'm stuck on the stairs. Okay, I'll admit I didn't fully follow the run to a T there because I got stuck on the stairs. Oh, I'm not following the run. Hang on. Okay, they go in. Yep, they immediately take out that one. Okay, they wait on the bone. Then they just wait till they can get in close. Alright. Then what do they do here? Alright, they go down. They go and take that guy out. They immediately go in for the kill with the first one, and then they... Okay, they had got somewhat of a jump on them, but they were able to get the other guy. Okay, deal with you, and then just immediately go in for the attack on the first one. Oh, I got lucky there. And I got the timer. That might be useful in some... Okay, they just go for an attack there. Immediately attack there. Honestly... I'm just going to use the timer there. Just because I got lucky and the game decided to give me it. Gotcha. Alright, let's see what the... This is always the room I die on, so let's see their plan here. I mean, I kind of went a bit ahead of the guide there. But hey, I got through it without getting hit. Mainly because I got lucky and could use the timer to my advantage. Okay, they just immediately go in and kill the guy. Okay, they mainly use the fire bombs to deal with the upper dude. So in some ways, sort of considering it a bad thing for me to have gotten rid of the fire bomb. Thing is, I really like the timer against the regular enemies. Which is why I so badly wanted to pick it up earlier. Okay, they sort of go for a leaping attack to land some hits with some firebombs. So they rely very heavily off the firebombs here in this room to deal with the dudes with the shields. Because they're really good at timing, getting the timing right with the firebombs. Alright, they made it to the next big door. Alright, where was I here? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, wait, we're not at the way forward yet. All cash and no hearts. I could really use some hearts right now. So I can use more of the timer. There we go. The timer is really good, I gotta say. Kind of have to use a bit of my own strat here because I don't have the fire bombs. Okay, before anything else, let's see their plan here for how they go about the annoying head. The dragon head. Okay, they deflect. And once again, they rely heavily off the fireball. I could see why that one chatter earlier said that the, why it was super useful to go for... I don't know why I didn't just use... I don't know why I'm not using the watch for a lot of this. Considering how much I've been giving the watch all the praise lately. Alright, here's where things get annoying, because... I'd like to make some progress in this room. Huh, finally made it to... Oh! Okay. Oh, I have to deal with this room every time. Now, I'll admit I sort of ran into that without looking at the guide, because I have never made it that far before. I'm not sure if I should be thanking the guide for that, or if I should be counting my blessings that I got the timer that run, because for this next part, I'm not going to be able to rely so heavily off the timer. So let's see what they do here. Okay, they go up. And they were able to go right through the fighter with the holy water? Is the firebomb really that powerful for this stage? Alright, and then what do they do for the boss there? Okay, they just throw a bunch of holy water at him. And that apparently allows them to cheese the bomb. Okay, so the fire bombs definitely make this level significantly easier. So I'll keep that in mind in my next run. For now, though, I'm going to have to do the rest of this run without any of those benefits at my disposal. So for now, I kind of have to work with what I got, which in this case is the boomerang. Which is kind of useless against this guy. Why did I walk right into that? Yeah, this part's going to be very hard without the fire bombs, because clearly the fire bombs is what's going to carry me through this. So otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to last very long in all of this. What? Okay, that was just plain stupid. Okay, the moment I lose the timer, everything goes downhill. Would you hit the skeleton? What was that? Well, great. I got one hit to go against death with, and there's obviously no way... Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I'm really gonna need the, Oh, I forgot to use... to immediately go in for the attack. And now it's gonna cost me. Okay, so basically, I don't think extra lives are gonna... Would you get hit by something? Alright. Just immediately go in for the... Okay, so I only get the firebomb at the... I can't think straight right now. I'm just still mostly frustrated after that annoying previous level. Where it's way too easy to get knocked into the water, which is instant death. This is one of the worst parts of the game. Eric, welcome to the... Oh, no way, you were here earlier. I mean, I can see that. You hate this corridor. I can see it. Oh! Not the stairs! I wanted you to cast the fire... Oh, wait, I didn't have the firebomb yet. Apparently these firebombs are going to be the key for me to have the best chances of beating this level. They keep minding their distance. But yeah, that last run, the timer basically carried me, I'll admit. It worked on one of the bosses, like the second boss. Kobold, but from what I can tell, the timer does not work on most bosses. Okay, this one, I just need to rely heavily on... Well, or just wait for them to go off the screen. But here... Of course, they mind their distance and not get hit. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait for that to despawn, because I don't want to pick up the axe. Still don't know what this number 2 means. Okay, I'll take that hard. I want as much... Of course it disappears right before I pick it up. But I'd like as many hearts as I can get. Okay, yeah, the fire bombs are really effective against those guys. Oh, nice, we got the number 3. Not sure what that entails exactly. Having my hands on that, but it seems to be useful for something, so I guess it's worth holding on to. But yeah, I can see how the firebomb is like, it carries you through this. Alright, next room is Death's Room. The holy water is the best against bosses, and if you know the timing, it can make some bosses a cheese. Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. No, and of course I immediately lose it. Of course I immediately lose it. Well, there goes the run. So basically, yeah, I'm basically gonna need the holy water. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not getting through this alive. Oh, come on. Why is it up going right in that direction? Oh, come on. That's stupid. Yeah, because without it, I basically have, like, nothing here. Like, the only thing it's really going to be useful here for is for maybe deflecting those axes. Alright, I'm going to stop getting careless with those guys, because clearly getting why does my laptop keep going to sleep on me when I'm trying to use it to read stream chat? Hang on. This corridor's the worst. You now remember the part I'm at. Okay, yeah. I'm at whatever part you really don't... Dude, those stupid Medusa heads every time. Okay, I officially hate those Medusa heads. Wait, what did I just get? Okay, the boomerang is somewhat useful for this part. I still don't know what the Roman numerals mean within this context. Okay, the boomerang is somewhat helpful, but we're basically going through this boss deathless. And there we go, I get hit. Nice. What was that? I was ready for that hit. That's stupid. Okay, but the boomerang is somewhat helpful here. Maybe not as useful as the holy water, but it does help me against the shield dudes. Ah, those stupid Medusa heads. I don't know why. For those guys, I feel like I'm gonna have to rely heavily off the boomer. What am I doing? I'm getting barbaric again with dealing with that head. I'm just still very upset by all of this. Maybe turn the sleep timing off. That's possible, like a phone. Is it? Wait, they increase damage on the whip. Wait, what increases damage on the whip? What? Of course I die before I hit that, somehow. The numbers. The whip kind of changes as well if you're not misremembering. Alright, let's try this again. I think I'm gonna go brush my teeth at this time. I'm not gonna be ending the stream. I'm starting to probably go on for a bit longer, but clearly this is one of those instances where the game has pressed my buttons a lot. I think I just need a moment to unwind and just get my head together. So I will be back in a little bit, everyone. Okay, I'm back. Looks like my character still has one life left. Let's quickly remedy that. Alright, we've been focusing a lot on the game today. So I'm curious to hear your guys' stories on what got you into Castlevania. Like, if you guys have been, like, long-time fans, or... or if you're just as new to this series as I am. Kinda... Yeah, because I didn't have much interest in this series at first. Until, my buddy Doc and I, so we enjoy having these movie nights every week, and recently, we tried out the Castlevania Netflix series, and it's one of my, it was a really good show for what it was. Definitely something that's for adults only. So if that's something that concerns you, yeah, know that it's a very adults-only show. But otherwise, absolute masterpiece of a show. I'm gonna say that now. And it's going back way off screen. Alright. You got a GBA with Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, but only got interested in the whole series later. You have problems with the show, but it's good I had fun watching. Yeah, I hear that, like, hardcore fans of the games didn't like how it treated Hector's character. So yeah, I'm certain, yeah, a lot of hardcore fans aren't going to be happy about some of the directions the show took. Like, especially with Hector. Especially when I learned the reason why Hector was changed. Oh, no, I didn't mean to take that. Okay. But yeah, that's what got me somewhat interested in trying out the Castlevania games. And what do you know? The games end up going on sale. Oh, no, not on sale. I got this game for free, actually, off Epic Games. So, yeah, good deal. Since I was basically able to get this game for free. Wonder if I could do a strategic attack here. Well, it's not going to matter very much if I'm far away from it. Alright, get some distance here. There we go. Here, I'll continue this conversation in a moment. I kind of want to focus. Okay, I got lucky that time. Okay, I prefer the boomerang for what's coming up. Seeing how I made the mistake of dropping the firebomb. Not just Hector, the show took some liberty with it and it just kind of ruined it for you. But you absolutely loved the art style of the show. Gotcha. Now, yeah, I get it. The hardcore video game fans aren't going to enjoy the ways that the plot deviates. But I mean, from what we had, we still had a masterpiece on our hands here that... Who knows, maybe I'll understand better once I play more of the games. Oh, why did I do that? Yeah, I basically am gonna need for these repeat tries, I'm basically gonna need the boomerang to get through it. Come on, that stupid skeleton. It like, turns around at the worst time that it's like, I can't get up there. At least not without getting hit. Is it really just gonna stay in that one spot the whole time? Come on. Let me get over here, please. Thank you. That's all I ask. So yeah, I figured it was the perfect opportunity to try picking up the games, because I'm down to see where the story of the Belmonts go from here. After seeing Trevor's story. Now, I've been told that Trevor's story was based off the events of the third Castlevania game in this collection. What? Oh, I would have been so mad if that killed me. I mean, we're still going to basically be having to no-hit run death without the firebomb, so that's still going to be a challenge in its own right. Is because Trevor is from the third game. Yeah, I'll admit I was somewhat interested in trying to play these games in chronological order, but I've been encouraged by my buddy Doc that, like, the oldest, like, taking place game in the series is, like, one that's much later on, apparently. The plot was supposed to be about Castle 3, but they kind of put 1, 3, and Curse of Darkness together. What? 1, 3, and Curse of Darkness together. And yeah, maybe just with what they had to work with. Like, sure, you can't be 100% accurate to everything, but from the story told, it was still great, in my eyes. But yeah, that's something we also noticed with Castlevania Nocturne, is that, like, with Richter's story, like, even though I haven't played any of Richter's games yet, according to Doc, it's like, Richter was basically playing an entirely different video game than the games he stars in. 3 has Trevor, Sypha. Yeah, Sypha was a great character. A bandit and Alucard together. I don't remember the bandit. Curse of Darkness has Hector and the other guy that makes my... Isaac is what you're thinking of. Isaac had a great character arc in the show. I'm going to say that now. Though I also hear that Isaac's position in the show was initially Hector's position, because Hector was apparently the one in the game that was, like, looking for Isaac. The bandit was excluded from the show. Okay. That's interesting to hear. Well, I know nothing about this bandit fella, then. I literally started out the fight dying. Like, I can't even get the chance to land a hit on death, because it's like I'm already dead. But yeah, with that, here I am now trying the games out. I might have to get down from the stairs. These skeletons are hogging the corner again that I need in order to access the stairs. Okay, I was able to get down before it. It's Grant, Dynasty? What, the name of the bandit? But yeah, at this point I'm mainly just playing what I have to work with, game-wise. Oh, that axe was thrown at a really bad time. Things are not going... This is turning into a really bad run. Oh, I got really unlucky there. The plot that leads to Dracula to go berserk, that kind of begins... Really? As in, like, the plot of, like, this game here? That skeleton's gonna get in the way again. I gotta get down. That skeleton's gonna be a nuisance otherwise. As much as I want the hearts, at the same time, I'm gonna die otherwise. Oh, look at these stupid Medusa heads. Once again, I'm gonna be showing up to death's door with only one... With only one hit, I was... I hate these Medusa heads. They are the worst. Ugh! What? I hate the Medusa heads. Oh, I ran out of hearts. Of course. Simon Belmont is the protagonist of the first one. At the time of the... Okay, now I'm confused. I thought Trevor was before Simon, timeline-wise. The first, at the time... The first one, at the time the first Belmont... Wait, Trevor's from... So wait... I'm confused now, because I thought, timeline-wise, that, like, Trevor was, like, long before Belmont's era. But you're saying that Trevor actually comes after after Simon? It's because the time the three games were out, that was the chronology. Okay, well, now I'm confused on what the... Well, now I'm confused now on what the correct Castlevania timeline is, because that basically means then that the timeline that... Let me look up that timeline that... What did I just hit? I don't know what I just hit. All I did was Alt-Tab out of the game for a moment. Just to check the timeline that was sent to me, because the timeline Doc sent me, this is one on, like, CastlevaniaFandom.com. Castlevania shows the official chronology of the Castlevania series. It was first revealed in Konami magazine in 1997. The timeline was intended to be a reference for the developers of Symphony of the Night, and at the time was not intended to be officially published, as the team felt it would force them to drag on the series. It was based on an earlier timeline created during the development of Castlevania Bloodlines by the game's director, Toshiki Yamamura. In 1997, the upcoming Castlevania Legends was intended to be the origin story of the series. However, the game was removed from the timeline during development and was made clear in the next issue of the magazine. Spin-off game. The spin-off game Kid Dracula, originally released as Akumajo Special, was also included. Likewise, the game was removed from later editions from the timeline. The Konami Akumaja Dracula X Chronicle Official Guide later on went on to state there was no story connection with the rest of the series. Not all Castlevania games are intended to be part of the original timeline. Several games and other media deliberately take place outside of it. They can be classified as a story set in a completely different universe. Castlevania Legends, as Lords of Shadow, are part of this category. The stories of these games have nothing to do with that of the main timeline and take place in completely different worlds. They often feature alternate incarnations of certain characters, but with different backstories. The timeline was defined and established by Koji Igarashi during his game development of the series up until he left Konami. Konami reserves the right to use, replace, or change this timeline at any time in the future games. So, looking at the contents here. So, main timeline, what we've got here. So, first there's Leon Belmont's era from Castlevania Lament of Innocence in 1094 AD. The 11th century was a time of knighthood when nowadays the first Belmont is from the PS2 game Castlevania Lament of Innocence, followed by Castle 3. Okay, so yeah, it mentions Leon Belmont, and then 12th to 14th centuries with Leon now walking the path of a vampire hunter. Okay, and then Trevor Belmont's era from Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse, 1476 AD, and then there's Castlevania Curse of Darkness, 1479 AD. Still ravages, mob violence, Mrs. Chaos is Hector. So here we have Hector, who had formerly worked in the service of Dracula. Hector Gurdweary. Forge Master Isaac. Yeah, I remember that from the show. And then there's Christopher Belmont, which... Actually, I think in this game's description, they mentioned Christopher, didn't they? I forget, which is from Castlevania The Adventure, which takes place in 1576 AD. And then Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge in 1591 AD. And then there's the era that the first Castlevania takes place in, with Simon Belmont, which is in 1691 AD. Which is where we are now. And obviously, there's a lot of other games in this timeline. Because, yeah, then we get to Juste Belmont. Oh, hey, I remember him from Castlevania Nocturne. Yeah, he was like the father or grandpa of Richter. Which, yeah, then we get to Richter Belmont in 1792 AD. Yeah. But that's the timeline that my buddy Doc shared with me. So, are you saying that initially, when the timeline was first established, it started out with Simon being the first and Trevor being after, but then it got changed afterward to make it to where Trevor comes before Simon? Am I getting that right? Okay. So it's kind of... I mean, game timelines, they change all the... No! Wait. I did not mean to end the game. No. Oh, no. I just lost all my progress. No. All that hard work gone in an instant. Maybe is it gonna... There is no option to save. That when you get game over, there's only option to continue or quit. If it is the collect... This is the anniversary collection. As far as I can tell, I'm not seeing an option to save here. Like, the only buttons available is, you know, select, start, which starts the game. Nothing Oh. Wait. So wait, what can I do with LT? Because apparently LT I can access something here. Display settings, frame controls. Well... I think I've made it obvious this is my first time playing the Anniversary Collection, because I did not know about this feature until just now. And if that's the case, then yeah, it's too late now. My progress is all gone. We're gonna have to restart the entire game. Save and load, display it, change it to get full 16 by 9. Oh, really? Hang on, what did you say? Display settings. Sure, let's... Oh, no, I didn't want that. So, original, pixel, perfect. Oh, yeah, you're right. I can, like, go 16 by 9 to get it. Is that gonna, like, flatten it or something? Also, how's this gonna look on the stream exactly? Will it still look okay? Also, is this... Well, now I'm uncertain, because it's like... I've been playing with the original graphics this whole time. Would you say it'll improve my performance if I change the display settings to something else? Or should I keep it as is, because that's what I'm used to now? What's frame, exactly? Oh, hey. So I can have a neat little background If I wanted to. Okay. Yeah, those are the controls that have been set up. Game reset. Game will be reset. Current progress. I mean, there's no reason in resetting at this point. I basically accidentally just destroyed all of my progress. Right as I figure out that the collection has a save feature. Listen, Eric, the session has taken a huge mental toll on me. I was hoping that with the progress we were making, that maybe by some miracle, we'd get through this entire game in one single session. But after immediately losing all of my progress like that, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this game tonight now. Because, like, with the times that I'm normally going to sleep, I could only see myself, like, staying awake until, like, somewhere around, like, 2.5 more hours. And with how much trouble this game is giving me, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the entire game again. If you use the save and load, maybe, but it's okay if you can't. Alright, I'm just saying, it would have been good to know just a little bit earlier. And at least we get to enjoy the the first level music again. Where's the music? There is an odd lack of music going on here. Hang on, let me reset the game. See if that'll bring back the music. What is going... Okay, there's the music. What happened to the music there? Oh, why did I do that? Don't. Still not used to not being able to just directly jump on top of stairs. Oh yeah, I need to go up the stairs. Oh, hey, some food. And of course I made the mistake of letting it disappear. Can I actually go back up and get it? I can go back up and just get it again. Nice try, game. The game no longer lets me have the chance to heal. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I knew and I still fell for it. Oh my god. Okay, keep moving. Okay, the axe. That'll be useful for the boss. Why are you going up the Stop going up the stairs! Dude, Simon, you're enjoying the stairs a bit too much there. Okay, I gotta stay away from the stairs, otherwise it's gonna get me killed. There's that number again, and of course I lose it before I get the chance to pick it up. Alright, I just wanted to enjoy the first level again, but I do think after that disappointment, I might just end the stream here. I know some of you might be disappointed by that, but it's like, I don't see myself wanting to go through this entire game again. Especially that one annoying level that had you go through the water cave section, and then having to deal with Frankenstein at the end, because that one enemy that flies around the room while fighting Frankenstein, easily the most annoying part of that fight. I mean, I don't know if Death is as annoying or not. Mainly because I don't even get a chance to start fighting Death, because I go in with like 1 health remaining, and then instantly get hit by one of his first attacks. Like, it spawns in exactly where I jumped to. Or something of the sort. But yeah, as much as I'd love to keep going, I don't have it in me to keep going after just losing everything like that. So ultimately, I'm gonna call it there. I don't want to give up on this just yet, because I know this is one of the older games. I'm certain as I try out more of these games, it's like I'll see how much progress it's grown, and I mean, from the little we have here in the very first game in the franchise, there's clearly still something here. It's just got a lot of that old game jank to it that prevents me from being able to properly enjoy this series. I mean, I sort of knew this going into it. I mean, I learned the hard way from playing the original NES Metroid that it's probably not a good idea to start out a franchise with, like, its oldest game, even if it is technically the first in the franchise. I'm still willing to give this game another shot, though. So I feel like if I put enough dedication to it, you know, similar to the other games I've played on the channel, I'm certain I could beat it. I could. But for today, yeah, that just didn't happen. Anyway, nonetheless, I'm certain Doc is going to be quite disappointed that I played the original Castlevania instead of taking his recommendation in terms of starting with. I think Doc specifically wanted me to start with. Where is it here? I think he wanted me to start with this one, Super Castlevania 4. So according to him, apparently this one is just a straight-up full-on remake of the original Castlevania. So I guess if he insists I need to start with this one, I guess we could skip the original Castlevania. After playing one is great. It is a reboot, kind of. Yeah, at least from my understanding of it all. So yeah, knowing that, I'm certain Doc is going to be quite disappointed in me for not taking his recommendation. I don't know, maybe it was just a rebellious side of me that wanted to go against his desires and try out things my own way, how I'm used to trying things out. Because yeah, there was an interesting... We'll see how much I dedicate to this. Because there was an interesting recommendation, apparently one of Doc's friends had told him, where apparently it's a good idea to not finish these games. And, you know, just keep going along with the games in these collections until you get up to, I believe he said Symphony of the Night, which is apparently what people consider the best Castlevania game. And then that's where you really want to invest and try and finish the games to, like, really see if you want to dedicate your time to this franchise. That's apparently what one of Doc's friends recommended. I don't know if that's something you'd recommend as well, going through all of this. Because, I mean, with how I was doing in Castlevania, sure, it had a lot of jank to it. That I had a hard time properly enjoying what there was to offer. But I feel like I could finish it there, and I don't know exactly how far in the game I was, if I was, like, getting close to Dracula, or if I was, like, not even halfway or something, I don't know. Symphony is where Castle changed to side-scroller arcade. Wait, changed to Side-scroller arcade 2 RPG? Wait, so it went from what I played just now to a side-scroller arcade game to then becoming an RPG. So what would you call this game then? Sorry, okay. Oh, Symphony is where Castle changed from side-scroller arcade to RPG. Gotcha. Yeah, because from this initial play, it definitely gives me a similar vibe to that of, like, Ghosts and Goblins. Where it's like, yeah, it definitely has a lot of that old game jank, and it's, like, brutally, annoyingly difficult. Though definitely possible. Like, in a way that doesn't require any guides or anything. Because that's something that, and probably is something I find the most annoying thing out of most retro games, is when it's basically impossible to win unless you use a guide. I get that was a popular thing back in the olden days of gaming, and it was a way to encourage, you know, your community, your gaming communities to engage. Since guides were scarce back then. And the ways you could get a guide were either expensive or, like, rather cryptic. Like, you had to piece it together in a sense. So thankfully it seems Castlevania does none of that, and is more like Super Mario Bros. Where, you know, you can just enjoy the game, even if it's a bit janky. Nonetheless, I think I've said all that I wanted to say regarding the game. With that, why don't we call it a stream here and get a raid started. So let's see. Oh, now Saban is going to be playing some Dark Souls 2 in a little bit, if we want to raid them now. Otherwise, I got a few other raid options. I always raid Nui often whenever I'm playing Dark Souls with Finnegan. Let's read. Let's see, Rosette. Ooh, actually, it would be pretty fitting to raid Rosette Bloodthorn, considering the fact that she's a vampire VTuber. And we're playing a game related to vampires. That'd be a pretty good raid option. Yeah, why not? Let's raid the vampire after playing a vampire-related video game. That would be pretty ironic, wouldn't it? They're currently playing Balatro. Probably not going to be too interested in sticking around, as I'm not too much of a poker guy. Didn't have much interest in Balatro. I hear a lot of good things about Balatro, that I'm certain those who are big into card games will have a good time with Balatro. Me personally, I don't see much interest in it, as the only card game I ever had a high level of interest and enjoyment in is, of course, good old Uno. That's a classic. Anyway, in preparation for the next... Oh, wait. Rosette's ending her stream. Ah, I just missed her. Alright, well, that puts a fork in my raid plans. I thought that would have been ironic. Maybe another time, I guess. But that option is out the door now. Now that she has begun... let's see. I guess Miss Kitty Mama is also live at the moment. She's been spiking in popularity on YouTube after her video where she was announcing to her friends that she was pregnant. Otherwise, I do have a couple of other interesting raid options, but it's like I already raid them often. I don't see too much of a reason to raid them. So I guess I'll just... I'm still in the in-between here. Okay, well, until I decide on a raid option, I'm just gonna wrap up the stream. Give my usual announcements regarding next stream opportunities. Because once again, depending on where work takes me, depending on how sleepy I am in the afternoons of my remaining work shifts this week, I'm unsure when I'm going to be in the mood to stream. And if I do, I'm unsure if I'm going to be in the mood to stream more Castlevania, or if I'll be in the mood to stream some more Toho. Otherwise, if not then, it's very likely my next stream will be this upcoming Saturday. With Finnegan. It should be the finale to our Dark Souls 3 collab. Where we do a co-op run together. To finish off my fourth and final playthrough to have officially gotten all 4 endings in Dark Souls 3. So yeah, feel free to look forward to that if I don't do any other streams this week. Otherwise, I think that's about it from me on what I might be streaming next. So back to figuring out who I want to raid, because again, Rosette just ended her stream. So either we can raid Nausicaan. She hasn't quite started Dark Souls 2 yet. I know Miss Kitty Mama, I show up often to her streams. I guess it's going to come down to what you guys are most interested in. I feel like, as Castlevania fans, you guys will probably be more interested in the Dark Souls 2 stream. Yeah, let's do that. Alright. Well, thank you everyone for watching. And as always, if you enjoyed this stream and wish to see more of my content, feel free to leave a like and subscribe, and click the notification bell to stay notified of future uploads. For those of you watching on Twitch, feel free to leave a follow and also click the notification bell to stay notified of future uploads. Feel free to follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm always active on those platforms. I do also have a Discord server that, should you be willing to be respectful and abide by the rules, I'm down to send you an invite where you can stay updated with stream announcements, chat with my regulars, post some memes, as well as be able to join the voice channel where you can chat with me live on stream. And until next time, This is the Gamer of Gamers, and stay excellent, everyone.